Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. Welcome in, folks. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's doing well. We're going to be doing some painting today. Just getting some gloves on. But yeah, today the plan is to hopefully get or at least the bulk of the inner mouth done. Short stream today probably, but I want to get this done so that we could potentially get a priming coat on the exterior layers there after we get done with the mouth. What's happening? Minchie coming in with a 7-month resub. Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate it. Enjoy those emotes, ad-free viewing, and all the things. And thank you for the support. It's 7 months already. That's crazy. The time is certainly flying by. But yeah, thank you. From the other room. Yeah, so essentially, this guy is going to be a little bit difficult because you can kind of see there's a gap that runs in there. So what I'm thinking is just like get the brush extra saturated with our washes here from either side and just kind of let it run its course in there. That's what I'm thinking. These guys won't be as bad, but once again, I need to have a talk with the guy that sculpted these. What a jerk, you know? What a jerk. So we're going to get the inner mouth cavities done with a series of washes like we've done in the past. And then maybe before we close out stream today, we're going to go over the exterior with our primer. So it's all set and ready for base coats and all that tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping to get done today. So we'll wait till this song's over. We'll shuffle the playlist. And we're going to start with our... Yeah, we'll start with the lightest pink on a wash. Get the varnish set back so I don't accidentally grab that. We got our fluid medium. We've got a pipette. We've got some alcohol, although it's almost time for the new container there. And we'll switch over to the proper screen here once we get moving. But I hope everybody's having a wonderful weekend. And if you're watching the VOD, feel free to put on whatever music you so choose. Sit back and enjoy. We are going to be listening to the Spooky Sculpts playlist once again. Let me throw this crusty paint away. Hello! Captain Shires, hello. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. A little bit of paint squirted in there. Let me get a mixing stick. Up. Let's stop Alkaline Trio because we're going to shuffle the playlist. There we go. Oh, geez. Ah, geez. My mic hit the camera rig. Let's check our alignment real quick. Oop, that's crooked. Yep, let me fix it. There we go. All right, let's go over here now. Thank you. Happy Sunday to you too. Thank you. Yep. Pretty chill weekend. It's been rainy and feeling a little bit tired this weekend. So just kind of having a bit of a chill weekend, you know? But I wanted to get a little bit of painting done, so we're going to get this mixed up. I probably should have mixed it with the flow medium first. It tends to mix easier with that, but oh well. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. But yeah, if we can get the inner mouth done today, and possibly, I mean, if we have to wait to do the primer tomorrow, it's not a big deal. It dries very quickly. But if we can get the primer on today, we can start with our actual coats on the exterior tomorrow. That would be wonderful. Because we are closing in. We are almost into October, if you believe it or not. Tuesday being October 1st, which is crazy. So today and tomorrow are the final opportunities to enter into the giveaway. You can use !giveaway for more information, but you have a chance to win one of these 3 candy corn monsters. Obviously once they're complete. But winner gets to choose. Shipping is paid for. Don't have to worry about it. And we'll be doing the drawing on stream here in the coming week or so. I'll announce a date this coming week, and we'll do the drawing on stream. Winner will have 72 hours to claim. Otherwise, we'll draw again. And then as soon as I'm done with these guys in the showcase video, we will get that shipped off to the winner. Spooktober. Looking forward to the spooks art. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these guys finished and then getting started on our pumpkin monster. Or monsters. I haven't decided if we're going to do multiple yet. I even have a bit of a spooky Christmas theme sculpt lined up. So, and I think I'll be much happier with this one than my gingerbread elf on a shelf murder scene. If you know, you know. That one's probably one of my least favorite projects that I've done. It's fine, but not particularly fond of it. No, I'm certainly intrigued. Yeah. My first YouTube video was a pumpkin monster, and so I've been wanting to revisit that and do a new iteration. That's not mixed up all the way. Gonna cook some shrooms, be back in a bit. All right. Enjoy your shroom cooking. All right, I got some new brushes too. But they're more on the fine tip end. So I think I'm actually gonna pull out. Give me 1 second. Yeah, we'll go with this one. And again, we're just kind of, why is it so chunky? I don't like that. I don't like that. I'll be right back. We're going to dump this and remix it. I don't know if it's the paint. We'll investigate, but give me just a second. Hey, Gundy. Welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. You caught me right as I stepped away for a second. My paints were a little bit chunky on that wash mix, so I just dumped it. We're going to remix it real quick. But yeah, it's going well, man. Going well. Having a bit of a lazy weekend, but I figured today is not the day to be lazy. Today is the day to get a little bit of painting done, so thought we'd go live for a bit and get some of this first phase nonsense out of the way, you know? We're going to start with, I think the mistake I made was starting with the alcohol. That's a bad idea. Sometimes you luck out and it mixes up well. Most of the time, I feel like you're better off starting with your thinning medium, and then adding alcohol or your alcohol to your wash after you mix this up. That seems to work pretty well. Yeah, remember if you ever use gesso? Yeah, I do. We're gonna be doing that on the exterior. I'm not worrying about it so much on the inner mouth. But yeah, once we get the mouth done, the exterior is gonna be coated with a gesso. I'm gonna try something though. I'm gonna add a little bit of flow medium to the gesso, just to kind of help make it not go on so thick, you know. I've never diluted it to any extent, and I certainly don't want to use water. But I feel like the flow medium might be perfect, you know. Dragon Skeleton, welcome in. Good to see you again. Well, I need to just bite the bullet and break down and pull out the other alcohol bottle. This one's, ugh. It's about empty, so I have to pour it, and then it just like rushes out. We'll just do a thorough mix, and we should be fine. But yeah, Gundy, generally I prime, yeah. And like I said, we will on this one. I'm just not worried about it on the inside of the mouth so much. Because it's going to be a layered wash anyway. So, you know, coverage isn't a huge deal. And since it's not exposed, I think the paint will be fine, you know. Especially because we're going to go over all of it with a matte varnish in the end. And with a couple coats actually on these guys. And then there's going to be some UV resin at play on maybe all three, but definitely on this guy's eyeballs. Probably a bit in the mouth regions on all three of them. That's much better. Yeah. Much better. But yeah, the guy that sculpted this, man, we really need to have a chat. You know, I get these things handed off to me to paint. And boy, the guy that makes these things is a real jerk when it comes to painting. Just a big old asshole, you know? I have to be very careful. Like, I'm starting to wonder, I almost wonder if, like, just taking the pipette and throwing some in here and swishing it around might be the best option. And we'll definitely have to bring out my little photography light. The good news is it's so shady in here and inside his mouth. If there is imperfections, you won't be seeing it unless you put a flashlight up to it. But I like to not have imperfections when possible, so I'm just gonna feed a bunch in here and swish it a bit. Give him a nice mouthwash. And then we'll brush off the teeth with a clean brush here and some ISO.
What's wrong with the picture? Go to camera 2.
I can't. It's busted.
What's up, Hugh?
Well, then go to 1. Go
Now,
to
see,
4.
when you do that, I think that there's something wrong, sir. That's the point. Ain't nothing wrong with the picture. Hugh, I hope you're having a good Sunday, sir. Yeah, I'm wondering. Let's just do a little bit of this. Hey, it's your redeem, not mine. I'm just here to push buttons. Yes, but context matters. You know, Hugh? Hey, Grin, what's up, man? You guys know how I just set up all the alerts in the bot, right? Spent some time with that and then spent some time troubleshooting some things and got everything sorted out. Launched the bot this morning. Surprise, update. And I had to skip it and I'm going to have to come back to it because this update will basically break everything that I just spent the last week and a half setting up and fine tuning. So I get to redo all that. Isn't that fun? That's just my luck. We're going to be making a mess a little bit. Making a little mess today. It's fine. We've got such a big cavity for the mouth, and the guy that made these is a real big jerk. So we're just here to clean up the mess, you know, and get some painting done. But no. You're free to push the buttons, Hugh. Just don't push the camera button unless there's actually something wrong with the camera. Because then I have to like stop what I'm doing, take my focus away and look over and make sure there's nothing wrong.
Spoon!
Yeah, see, spoon's fine. All right, we'll let that one sit for a few. If you guys have seen this process that I'm using here in the past, I've used it. Let's see, we did the same thing with Oblina, and then in my videos in the past, I've done the same thing. I really like this process. I don't so much enjoy the process of it, but the result. It just layers of washes in here of various colors, various shades of reds and pinks and some purples. And as these overlap, it creates a nice inner mouth fleshy color, in my opinion. And the way it all kind of just runs together with the washes makes it that nice marbled coloration. This one's not quite as bad. That guy, he's got all those teeth in the way. This guy's mouth is open pretty wide here and a little bit more room to move around. See if we can get some of that to run forward, because that right there is where the problem is. Getting in between those top teeth, not the roof of the mouth. We'll hit the tongue as well. Ew, I smell fish. I think she's doing more than mushrooms. It smells like fish. I don't like it. Make it stop, Minchie. I hate the smell of fish. Fish is a great band. Hey, the guy who made them knew you'd be a skilled painter, or you did something to upset them. Probably the latter. I have a skill for that, it seems. Unwittingly upsetting people. Like the guy that came in here a few weeks back and wanted to argue with me about something I wasn't even saying. Or more specifically, something we weren't even talking about. Some Twitch viewers can be really weird. Why even go into the stream? Yeah. Well, this was one of those types that, like, the chat was just nothing but a stream of their woes. You know what I mean? They're here for attention and pity. Is one of those kinds, you know? And I don't deal with those people very well. To be fair, people get upset over absolutely upset over nothing just because they want to pick a fight. Yeah, it happens. Thankfully, we've only seen it happen here that one time, and it wasn't like anything egregious, but it's just like, I don't know why you're arguing with me, dude. Like, you know, one of those. We weren't even talking about what he was arguing about. It was like parallel to the conversation, but not at all the conversation. But, you know, no big deal. It's in the past. It is what it is. Just move along. Yeah, pretty much, right? Supra, what's up, man? Welcome in. You know, and you guys are more than welcome. If you're having a bad day, come in here and chat. You know, let it out. But there's a difference between like, hey, yeah, having a rough weekend, this is what's going on, to like writing a novel in the chat. You know what I mean? Over and over, like paragraph upon paragraph when nobody asked. You know, I mean, I'll be honest with how things are going, but I'm not gonna make somebody else's stream entirely about that. You know what I mean? If they want to start talking about it and go on the subject, then that's their prerogative. But I don't know. There's a reason why the first word in my username is Feral. You know what I mean? I like people, but I just don't really deal with people's shit. There's something strange in your neighborhood, Gren? Oh no! Who you gonna call though? I like doing it the old-fashioned way. Hold it all in until you get a stomach ulcer, then rinse and repeat. Hey, high five. I've been dealing with a freaking ulcer, I think, for the better part of this year that keeps coming and going. It's getting better though. It's not quite as bad or as frequent. All right, our light wash is done. I might hit the inner mouth here. Let's just use up the rest of that. Why not? So just to clarify, Hugh, I'm not mad about the button, buddy. I was just saying, please don't press the camera button unless there's actually something wrong with the camera, because then I'm like, oh shit, what's wrong? You know? Because I also recognize that sometimes when I don't mean to sound like I'm pissed or something, I come across like it, and I'm not. So just to specify and to clarify, bud. Not mad or anything like that. Just for the future, please don't Don't push the camera button unless it needs adjusted for real. Thankfully, we haven't really needed that to be a reminder lately, because I've been decent about not being on the wrong frame or on the wrong scene, or, you know, bumping the camera out of frame. But it is handy to have for you guys, because even right now I'm doing a terrible job of just looking up at chat because I'm just focused on what I'm doing, you know. But right there, I just checked myself, so I'll do better. Get that bubble out of there. Okay. Clean up any on these teeth. And the only reason I'm like really cleaning off any of the excess, I don't want paint buildup, you know what I mean? It starts getting thick and then you lose your texture detail. So I just try to kind of brush off anything that's run onto areas where we don't want it. To some extent, anyway. Isn't that called resting bitch face? I call it a result of dealing with people's shit for too many years. But I don't need to explain that to you. You've seen my luck with that. We'll go in with a little bit more of a vibrant pink on this round. And then as we work in, so we'll go like this one, then we'll maybe hit it with this. Work us towards the purples, hit it with the purple, then hit it with the red, and work our way back down a little bit. And then I'll hit it with non-washes where appropriate, like the tongue, along the gum line, just to kind of clean things up and bring it all together. Next level, everyone avoids eye contact and conversation, sends you work info via text message, including the managers. Wait. I just go until I emotionally switch off. I look like one grumpy bugger and everyone avoids me. It's amazing. Oh, God. It's funny. It's weird. I'm a paradox, I feel like, because I do... Like, I care about people. I hate seeing people struggle. It bothers me a lot, more than it should probably, but what the hell did I do with my mixing stick? There it is. But at the same time, I just have no patience when it comes to lack of common sense or lack of regard for others or common courtesy. You know what I mean? And quite honestly, I just don't really see where patience is appropriate when I'm talking about grown-ass adults. These are not things that anyone should have to remind them of. You know what I mean? So, quickest way to see me lose my shit is to be an asshole or just do something stupid. Common sense is rare. You'll see Bigfoot or a unicorn first. Yeah. I think it's sad but true. And as far as like the everyone avoiding eye contact and conversation, I feel like we're there, you know? Which doesn't help, you know, when you're dealing with an anxiety disorder of any kind, or agoraphobia or things like that, because like I do try to push myself, and if I see a prime opportunity to try to spark a conversation, I'll take it. But sometimes it's like I'm the one seeing a therapist, but I feel like the only sane person out here. But anyway, that's one of the reasons why I love this stream and the opportunity to do this, because you meet some really great people, have some really great conversations, and don't stuff that you don't typically get to experience, especially with, you know, depending on where you live. You know, I think Twitch gives an opportunity for a broader connection with people than maybe what you're stuck with in your local area. And that's certainly a blessing for a lot of folks, myself included. Difference is you're not my work colleagues or the local population, so you're safe. Exactly. Exactly. You know, and I think that's part of the thing too. It's easy to generalize, right? And I try not to, I really do. And I think most of the time I do a reasonable job at it when it's so easy to do so. Um, I do struggle using generalized terms, even though I know full well it's not a general application, right? Um, but at the same time, every time I leave my house, you know, I run into something that reaffirms those things. It's kind of like, is it an exaggeration though? God, whoever sculpted this is a big jerk. Somebody find out who it is so I can write them a strongly worded email. Boy, that is a sharp tooth. keeps wanting to grab onto the paper towel. I'm forced to socialize due to my job. I enjoy it when I get cool people, but I hate it when I have rude people. Yeah. Yeah, see, and that's where I'm at. You know, that's how it is. And the problem I find is more often than not, it's the latter, and that sucks. It does. So that's why this has been a really huge blessing for me, because number one, more often than not, interactions have been positive, right? Whether it's been on my stream or others. And the moment somebody crosses that threshold into, you know, I don't want to be around this person or talk to them, I can click a button and poof, be gone. You know, if only real life were so easy. Because I think, you know, for one, on one side, we should strive to understand and get along with people and understand perspectives. But then again, like I said, certain things I just don't think that there's any acceptable level of there's no reason to be understanding, because the only thing to understand is this person doesn't give a shit about anybody but themselves, right? Why would I waste time trying to understand somebody with that mentality? Too many of the latter kinds of people, yeah. And see, that's where, you know, I've had this discussion with my therapist in our talks. You know, I'll say something and generalize and like, look, it's not to discredit the fact that there are good people in the world, because there certainly are, and that isn't lost on me. I'm well aware of it. I have the pleasure of knowing many. The problem is I'm really just kind of sick and tired of watching good people face unnecessary obstacles in their life that are often created by not so good people. And then conversely, watching not so good people seem like they're the ones that get the breaks in life, you know? That sucks to see. But I think that makes it all the more duly important to try to lead by an example. Not to say that those people are going to care enough to see your example and try to replicate it, but at the very least, just try to offset some of the bullshit, you know? And like, I still try to hold the door for people, even though and we all know, you know, you hold the door open for a stranger and they just look at you. They don't even look at you. They just don't even acknowledge your existence. Like you were just solely there to open the door for them. Makes you want to scream, you know? But I'll be damned if I stop holding the door for people. Because it's the right thing to do. It's just courtesy. And Stevie, welcome in, man. Welcome in, sir. Folks linked in the chat, Stevie Seal. If you are not following him, you should definitely fix that. Show some love. Check out his stream. How we doing today, Stevie? Sorry you caught us in we got into a conversation. We're in the everything is hell phase of painting right now. Where nothing looks good. And it's just building up layers to get us to where we want to be and all that fun stuff. How's all, by the way? Doing good, man. Doing good. Sorry about the heavy conversation there. We just kind of all walked into that, I guess. But yeah, to end it on a good note, like I said, just remember, and this is just as much to me as anyone else. Um, all of those bad examples are all the more reason to set good examples, or at the very least, be a good example. Not because it'll necessarily change anything, but it's the right thing to do. And you know, maybe when you sculpt things, don't be an asshole to the person that has to paint it. You know, take them into consideration. Usually that snaps them back to reality, but might. Oh, wait, sometimes I say you're welcome if people. Yes, same, Gundy. Same. I think Minchie hates how vocal I am when people deserve a little bit of a tongue lashing, you know? I hate it because I don't like confrontation, but I just feel like the anxiety swell, and it's like I'm tired of dealing with shitty people, and then I can't help myself. It's also just, you know, it sounds silly, I guess, to some extent, or may to some, but it's also, at least for me, it's kind of a compounding effect. It's not just like one thing. It's one thing is representative of another. Um, you know, people's lack of regard for others or systematically of impacting other things beyond just like our day-to-day interactions, for example, or lack of common sense goes all the way down the road to the policies that are made that impact our daily lives. And common sense and decency, I feel, are not without not beyond reason of expectation, and for us to want that and expect that out of others, and especially and particularly those that are calling the shots and making policies and things like that. But yeah, you're right, Gundy. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Welcome back. Did you just make mushrooms? Is that all? Because it smells like fish. It smells fishy. Just use a tiny bit of that one. It's just the shrooms? Interesting. Did you use the air fryer by chance? Huh. I don't know. Come in here. It smells like fish. I don't know why. Like when you cook, especially like shallots and stuff, holy shit. It like concentrates in my office. It's like tear gas in here. It's Lobo. Fishy shrooms. But yeah. We could go into all sorts of facets of that conversation, I'm sure. Some of it that I'd love to discuss kind of veers into the political side of things. We'll avoid that. That never did any good for anybody, especially at this point in time. Bright side, if you need him out of the office, you know what to do in the future. Hates anything. I do. I can't stand it. Once in a great while, fried clams sound good. And even more sparingly, once in a great while, I might indulge in a little bit of shrimp. But that's very few and far between. Not a big fan of seafood. Good thing I don't buy seafood anymore. Oh my God, when you were doing like salmon all the time, you were killing me. I used to at least be able to eat some fish here and there, and I was never a huge fan of it. But you know, once in a while, like fish sticks, or my great grandparents would fish an awful lot, and my great grandfather would fry up some pretty good catfish. But it's the same with fried clams. You know, it's fried. It's a big difference. It's fried food. I feel like automatically gets a little bit of an advantage just in the sense that it's fried. Hey! Gundy, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the support. And here in just a minute, let me finish up this wash, but don't let me forget. We'll pull the notebook over here and get the name jotted down, because that subscription will act as an entry into our giveaway for one of these guys as well. We're going to saturate this a little bit. I need it to run forward. We got a big gray blob up here. Been meaning to do this for a long while, but it hasn't been a great year. Hey, Gundy, I totally understand, man. Totally understand. I definitely appreciate the support from you and from others. And it is not lost on me that things are expensive out there, and thusly creates some challenges for a lot of us. So by all means, this just to anyone in general, take care, be sure you're taking care of you. And then after that, if you're good and you care to, then, by all means, but I don't want anybody to go short on my account. You know what I mean? Not directed at you per se, Gundy, just in general on the topic. Really love your streams. Thank you, man. I very much appreciate it. you know, I do want to work on being a little bit more energetic. I suppose it's not. I was about to say it's not in my nature, really, but I, I'm pretty fun when I want to be and can be. But I just might not be quite as. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm not like super. I don't know. You know what I mean. Just watching a video of the crazy price gouging on food items in the world. Yep. Yep, it's pretty gross. Oh, right. Before we start the new guy, I almost forgot. I started talking, and you see, I see how I get sidetracked. And we got an ad break coming up already. My goodness. Okay, Gundy. Gundy adding an entry into the giveaway. We'll go over these again towards the end of the stream, just to give folks time. And make sure we got everybody accounted for. We should, because I do this as it happens. But just to, double check.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch, and hydrate.
You see what happened there? You see what happened, Line? You come in and the bot's like, hey, it's break time. Hey, can I yell at the bot yet? Hey man, I hope you're having or had a good holiday. Are you still on your trip? And folks, if you're not following Linecraftery, you should definitely do so. And Gundy, I saw you were streaming. I was lurking your stream a bit yesterday. Are you going to be making that a more regular thing, or getting back into it? Yeah, prices all over the place, but I quit my job end of last year and I've been doing some freelance work here, so need to mind my expenses a lot, of course. Yeah, totally get it, man. Totally get it. And like I said, just keep that in mind. I do appreciate it. But I totally understand. And I appreciate the support in all forms. You know what I mean? And this applies to everyone. Just know. Monetary support certainly helps. It allows me to expand the stream, invest in the stream, invest in the stuff I need to do this. And in some ways helps me do things like this giveaway, right? But at the same time, just being here means the world. Even a lurk, So I certainly appreciate all forms of support. I appreciate you guys. And like I was saying earlier, this community it does a lot for me in a lot of ways, none of which involve money, all of which involve happiness and contentment and community and some social, activity. So thank you guys. And that's something I want to continue to expand on as our community grows in the future. Oh, the hell is that noise? I think it might have been the dog, but I'm not sure. And it probably didn't come across on the mic, so you guys didn't even hear it. But anyway, in the future, I'd very much like to do some community-oriented stuff in Discord with like some gaming nights, maybe even on stream. Some games that folks can join in and play, like some free-to-play, cross-play type stuff that's easily accessible. And who knows, maybe some other options in there. But point is, I would like to have some gaming nights as a community. I'd like to do some movie nights as we kind of grow together as a community. And she's making popcorn. Building a Temu dinosaur. Flipping heck. Uh-oh. Hey, Line. What's up, man? Wi-Fi signal's quite bad. Just wanted to say hello. Hey, I totally get it. Totally get it. So I'm assuming you're still on your trip, right? Anyone cooking fish rooms today? What's up, Corpse? This song is funny. I kind of laughed a little bit because he had just mentioned a lot of the songs in this playlist have been in things that he's watched recently. And like this song was in Sucker Punch back in the day, that movie. But it was also at the very end of the latest episode of Agatha All Along. All right, we're going to let this sit for just a minute. We got an ad in progress. I'm working through the ad again. Look at me being terrible. I think everybody in the channel right now that's at least in chat is subscribed.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
So I don't have anybody to tell me to stop. Welcome back from the break. We totally weren't doing anything during the break. I definitely didn't accidentally talk through it and work through the ads again. We'll let these dry for just a moment. I could get the heat gun out, but I don't think we really need it at the moment. I do need my fan on, though. That's better. And then we may do another light coat on top of that before we go in with our purples. But the good news is it's coming along. So ugh. Such a pain. We'll get the washes done, then I'll double check everything with my little handheld light, you know, so we can actually see better in there. And then if touch-ups are needed, we'll go in with a little less diluted paint. You know what I mean? Get a little bit better coverage that way. And for spot work, I don't so much mind it. So I love this song. We watched the Pope's Exorcist last night. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, Andy Mecca had talked about it and recommended it. And we finally watched it last night. That was pretty good. Anybody been watching any spooky movies? Anything worth watching? We've seen quite a few of the newer horror movies that have come out from. Haven't watched Long Legs. I've heard so many mixed things about that movie. I don't know what to think. But like last year, well, I think it was, we watched Barbarian and Talk to Me. That was a good one. All right. The purple will darken this up some. And then, like I said, we'll hit it with the reds. And then we'll start back with the lighter colors to kind of desaturate and bring it all together. It'll kind of bring down and tone down the darks, but bring all the colors together nicely. Let those face the fan. Been watching a lot of old monster movies while I doodle at the moment. I found a trove of them on Amazon Prime. Nice. Well, I don't have Prime. I think Minchie does right now. We haven't really, other than some free trials to watch some stuff, we haven't had Prime really for a couple years, just because Amazon. And also, I found that using their free option for shipping as a non-Prime member typically gets my stuff here faster than it did when I was paying for Prime. So, but ultimately, I try to order as little off of Amazon as possible when possible. Sometimes it's just not possible. Sometimes it is the option, right? But like my clay, I've started getting that directly through Cosplay, and yeah, I have to pay for shipping, but it is what it is. They need to sponsor me. Or at the very least, just give me free shipping for as much as I order from them. I'm saving my favorites for Halloween. Nice. Yeah, we watched Nightmare Before Christmas like what, 3 days ago, Menchie? We watched this super early this year. We'll hit it with another coat of this as well. Then we'll go purple. Then we'll go red. Then we'll go back to our original pink. Yeah, yeah, it was like 3 days ago or so. All right, I'm gonna let those dry for just a second. That one's pretty dry. We'll do that one. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. Had to get to it. It was on the other side of the desk. And I think we're gonna get the heat gun out. To be honest. Because that would definitely help move this along. might as well use the opportunity. I've never used it yet. Man, that spot is so hard to get to. Love Nightmare Before Christmas. Always torn whether to watch it for Halloween or for Christmas. Why not both? Exactly, Mitchie. It's a very quick movie, isn't it? I think it's like 90 minutes. All right, let me get the heat gun. I've never used this thing. This will be interesting. How's it? There we go. I have it on the lowest setting here, so. Sorry about the noise. It should, yeah. It's about when I start talking, you guys can really start hearing it. I'll shut up. Okay. Perfect. Nice. All right, now, I'm just going to add a little bit more fluid medium here, making sure it's not varnished. That would not be good. Also, a stop motion film. Love a good stop motion film. Yes. Did you guys see PlayStation has, I don't know if it's an exclusive, but they showed it during the State of Play this week. And it's a game that's made from completely just done in stop motion. You guys see that? Not the first of its kind. It's been done before. Hell, there was a game on Super Nintendo called Clay Fighter. that was done with claymation. But it's still very cool to see. Wait, what? Yeah, man, I can't remember what the name of it was. Maybe let me get another coat, and instead of using the heat gun, or instead of jumping right into the heat gun, I'll see if I can find the name of it real quick. It looks super cool. We don't have a PlayStation 5, and I have no intention of buying one, but maybe if it comes to PC. I can't get behind Sony to spend the money on a console, so. And I'm not letting exclusives determine my purchases anymore. Release it on PC. I'm still waiting for Spider-Man 2. Hey, Grant, it's more Cure. The Cure has a new song out, too. It was on my new releases on YouTube Music. It's pretty good. I like it. Okay, let me see if I can find the name of that real quick. Let's see, Sony State of Play 2024 game announcements. Let's see. I'm glad they released the new Crash remake and Spyro on all platforms. Yeah. It's weird, because, so, like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Menchie just played through the Crash Bandicoot trilogy. Did you buy that, or was it on Game Pass? Either way, it's weird to be playing Crash on Xbox or PC, you know? What is this pop-up bull? Get out, new website, get out of here. Everything revealed. Here we go. Of course, we had Ghosts of Yote, however you say it. And the thing that everybody's been asking for, a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. We're getting that, you know, because we need a remaster for a game that came out in 2017 and only 2020 on PC. I can see where that's justified for sure. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Is it Fear the Spotlight? That's surely not it, right? No. The Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remaster announcement's a big deal, though. That's pretty cool. I was going to buy the Spyro series on Xbox PC, but I missed the sale. Yeah, it was on Game Pass? Yeah, okay. I thought so. I think it's the... Yes! Well, you guys want to watch the trailer for this? Ah! All right, pause the music, bring it over here. The game is called The Midnight Walk. It is made from clay.
Listen to me, burnt one. If you're intending to walk the midnight walk, you better be sure to keep your spark safe and burning.
While I was in the black, I had a dream. There was a monster in the woods.
And on you go, like a moth into the burning light.
Whoa, this is VR compatible? What?
Thank you.
Who took the sun away? Little soul, you charming little wanderer, where are you off to now?
You never heard of Medieval? That was a cool game.
Burnt one and a small flame took a wander down the midnight walk.
Yeah, that looks super cool, man. You don't see a lot of claymation video games, so very cool. Moonhood. Hey, cool name. Cool name, I like it. The Midnight Walk. Yeah. What was the name of this dude? Moonhood? Very cool. I was playing a bit of Shadows of Doubt last night. Man, I got a murder case, and it has me going to this like echelon zone, which are like private reserved floors of these buildings for like wealthy well-to-do people. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. So I went around and did some other jobs. Well, I didn't really solve a case. I had to steal some documents for somebody. But there's a chance you guys might see me stream a bit of that, because it'd be kind of cool to at least check out, because you can connect it to Twitch chat. And then viewers become people in the city. And each citizen of the city has their own identity, their name, place they work, a routine, place they live, a schedule at work. Although I don't know why the person that I was trying to break into their house wasn't at work when they were supposed to be last night, but I guess they were playing hooky. Maybe a sick day. I don't know. But yeah, they even have fingerprints, unique shoe size. It's pretty crazy. I'm addicted to Shadows of Doubt. Yeah, it's a simple. I mean, it's simple, but it's not. You know, if that makes sense. It's definitely not as simple as it appears. But yeah, it's been a really fun game to just kind of chill. I've been listening to some nice noir style jazz, you know, while I play. seemed fitting. It looks simple, but under the surface, it's so insanely complex. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Like the citizens are kind of, you're not a, the world exists without you. You know, it's one of those type. And, you know, you'll hear over the scanner like, oh, there's a crime scene because somebody just killed somebody. My neighbor died last night. I don't know what the hell happened. I was busy. I didn't have time to go investigate. But to be fair, you know, my neighbor and I, we weren't really close. I don't think I'd ever even seen them. Yeah, I know, like, there's going to be definitely a little bit of an obstacle for some people that just wouldn't be able to get into. It's a vector style game, you know, like everything's made out of blocks essentially. And I know that's going to turn some people off, but I don't mind that so much. And it's definitely stylized. So it has some really nice lighting effects. All right, purple. I can remember the worst case I had to do. All I had was a size 8 footprint and handwriting style to go off of. Oh, God. Yeah, it's been out in early access for a while, right, Captain Shire? But it just hit 1.0 because I just got it with the 1.0 release. It would be super cool for them to add VR support. That'd be a lot of fun in VR. What is the time? 1:19. Honestly, it's come a long way. However, I've cracked the ultimate home breach method now. Have you? It's tricky at first, man. I was getting busted all the time. Hey, Freaky Deek. What's up, man? Welcome in. Long time no see. You're already painting? Yep, already painting. Working on layering the mouthwashes right now. And whoever sculpted these, we've been talking about this throughout the stream today, but yeah, whoever sculpted these is a real big jerk, you know, trying to get into this mouth. And folks, if you are not already doing so, there's a link in the chat right now. Make sure you're following Freaky Deek. He's another sculptor here on Twitch. Phenomenal work. You won't be disappointed. Today's a real down talk day. Self down talk day. Oh no. Wait, what? I know the guy who sculpted them. He works for TeamU. What a dick. Wait a minute. What? You wouldn't find this on TeamU. He might be a dick, but this ain't TeamU quality, man. Whoa. Oh, these teeth, man, they're all in the way. I need like an angled paintbrush, like a 90-degree bend on it. You know what I mean? Just why is that not a thing? I need to sculpt my own paintbrush with a 90-degree bend. Yeah, I learned something today. Give me a second. Let me read Captain Shire's message. But yeah, I learned something here with this project. Not today. I shouldn't say today, but take 2 sets of handcuffs and incapacitation grenade. See, I don't even have access to that. I don't think. Lock the building down, lights out, knock out the door, wait for them to unlock the door barge. No issues? Just make sure you're at least 80% positive they're the suspect first, because there's a whole can of worms to open. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done an arrest yet, or a citizen's arrest yet, but I'm getting close. Yeah, what did I learn? So the other day when I was doing a final bake on these guys, because you remember I did the bevels front and back in 2 steps. So I did the front, baked it, did the back. Well, when I put the back in to bake, I put them face down. Never thought about it, never did that before. He had little flat spots in his eyeballs I had to sand out from that. And this guy, his one tooth got a flat spot that I had to patch from the same thing. So as it turns out, when you're baking cosplay, it will become a bit malleable while it's baking, even if it's already cured. So, lesson learned. There's probably one on TeamU. What are you trying to say, Stevie? Sorry for the essay. No, you're fine, man. No, I appreciate the info. Yeah, the grenades must not be something I have access to yet, because I haven't seen those. Yeah, next time I know now on future iterations, these mouth cavities, I like how it turned out, but as far as practicality goes, painting and such, maybe don't do this to myself. Maybe spare myself in the future. Or at the very least, paint before I put the teeth in, which is what I used to do. And I think I might go back to that. Yeah, because painting this inner mouth, this is a nightmare. But that's kind of why I wanted to get this out of the way today, you know. That way we can focus on getting the exterior done at the start of the week. And we're not doing a Monday doing stuff like this. It'd be nice to start the week off smooth sailing, you know? So today you're professionally bleaching teeth like a dentist would do? Yeah, I try to. In fact, I need. I'm going to use this brush. Let's see. If I have much success here. I mean, if not, it's not a big deal. But the more paint I can keep off of the teeth, the better, because that's less of a problem I have to deal with in the future. And at the very least, it's thinning it down so it's not taking up space in the, like the texture detail and all of that. So this is kind of a practice I've just been trying to do as we go when it comes to the small detail areas. Just use a little bit of ISO or water as we go. Just to keep that paint at the very least, just it's staining it. It's not actual paint building up. And it seems to be working out quite well. Certainly worked out well with Oblina. And with Oblina's resin teeth, I was actually able to use some of the dental tools and just kind of scrape her teeth like legitimately, like Menchie would do to clean patients' teeth. Same tools too. How about that? We gotta hit this guy with the purple. Love the pink gum color you picked. Yeah, I do a mix. Like I start with my light, you know, and I work into like a more of a fuchsia and then a purple and then a red. And then I start working back to the lighter colors to tone down the darks and bring it all together. It's a process I've used quite a bit, and I used it on Oblina. It was the last time it was seen on stream, so pretty recent. But yeah, I like the end result. I like the end result. Would it have been a little bit easier with some primer? Sure, but you know, then we have to paint all the primer in the mouth. So I figured as far as the inner mouths go, we'll skip the primer. And then we'll go over the exterior with the primer once we're done with all of this mess, you know? And that way the primer will help get some coverage over all of these pinks and purples and reds as well. Yeah, that That's the way to go, taking time with layers. Yeah. It creates a nice marble effect, is what I've been explaining. And I really like it. Especially for like monster, mouths and stuff. All right, I'm going to mute my mic so you guys don't have to listen to this. Give me just a second. All right. It's not too bad. It only comes through a lot of the time when I'm speaking, I think, but that's not a noise anybody wants to hear over the microphone. Tie-Dye Galaxy Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Spoon! Indeed, there's a Rose. Hello, Rose. Happy Sunday. Got a spot that needs a bit of coverage. So we're just going to kind of dab it on here. And then I'm going to hit it with the heat gun. It's probably like a real smooth spot. Sometimes it has a hard time sticking. There's like a 45-degree paintbrush and a ghost. We got a ghost. Watch out. A 45-degree paintbrush. I might have to look into some angle brushes. I have no idea how I'm awake right now. What'd you do? Stay up all night, Rose? I don't know why it sounds so crazy over the headset. I get further away. Yep, you can still hear it. Yeah, it just sounds like a hairdryer, but it sounds all rattly and stuff, at least what I could hear on the mic preview. Because I can hear myself in the microphone and anything that goes through it. Tired myself out yesterday. A bit too well. Uh-oh. Lots of crafting or other activities? Ooh, painting. That'll do it. That'll do it, Rose. We'll let him sit for a little bit. Let's get into the reds. Get some red in there. Sounds like a creaking spring. Yeah, it's super weird how it comes across on the mic because that's not how it sounds at all. It just sounds like a hairdryer. Come on. These are all the messiest colors ever. I swear. You use a tiny dab of red paint and suddenly you find it everywhere. It's like the glitter of paints. That bit of alcohol mixed up in there, and then we'll be all set to go. Also, don't forget PlayStation Classics Destroy All Humans. Yeah, they made a new one recently. That was on all platforms, I think. Within the last couple years. They remade the first and second. Yeah, I thought there was a new entry though too. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just the remakes, but I would have sworn there was like a whole new game too. One second. Ah, that's not helping at all. There we go. Sorry for being so passive. I'm just packing on the side. Ah, hey, no worries, man. No worries. Totally get it. Packing, you getting ready for a trip or a move? By the way, no Resident Evil announcement happened. I don't know, but it seems like there will be Resident Evil game in 2026. Yeah, a lot of people were expecting it too, weren't they? I have no horse in the race here. So, you know, my criticisms come with a grain of salt, but people far more invested than myself certainly seem to be what I would call rightfully disappointed with the state of play. There's a couple cool things announced and showcased, but I would certainly say it was lackluster. But I'm not surprised because Sony has really been dropping the ball, in my opinion, for at least...
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
At least, I don't know. I would say 10 years, but I know people would disagree with me there, but... I really think we should move away from this exclusivity mindset. Personally, you're not going to get me to pay for your console, just to play a certain game. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. I think the idea of people being able to play what they want in the environment and on the system that they prefer is a much more appealing environment for gaming and for consumers, you know. And then Sony keeps raising their prices. There's that, like their $700 PS5 Pro that doesn't come with a disc drive or a stand. And for what? Why do you need a PS5 Pro? I mean, if you want my honest opinion, when it comes to this this console generation as a whole, it really hasn't. It really hasn't given much to get excited about as far as, wow, we're really making advances here, you know? And it seems like more games run worse than ever before. Maybe we should focus on quality control instead of trying to take incremental steps forward for a moment. I don't know. Let me mute the mic. All right. And a reminder, the absolute hassle it was to get a PS5 Pro after the scalper incident. Yeah, the scalper incident that Sony did nothing to try to circumvent or alleviate. Yeah. But, you know, why do these companies care about scalpers? They're making money. They don't care. This is where it really kind of starts coming together, in my opinion. When you start adding the red and then you start backtracking through your other shades. That's when it starts to look the best, I think. You know, before it's a little bit light, it's a little bit whimsical pink, you know what I mean? You get your purples in there, but the red starts to tone that down with the purple. And it kind of just starts coming together from there. Not an expert painter by any means. It's something that I'm trying to actually work on improving and learning some new things. Probably should have done this from the start. I didn't even think about it. We don't have to worry about our lines per se. We'll clean off any thick spots. But we'll just kind of go through and coat his gum line real quick. I'll layer this up. And then hit it with the heat gun and then move on to the next color. Oh shit. We're in the ad break. Oh, I did it again. I'm so sorry, guys. We're gonna put the break screen up. Actually, we won't even bother since we're in it right now. Yeah, I'll pick up on chat here in just a moment. Man, I need to stop sucking at this. I've been getting real bad about working through ad breaks. I think I'm gonna put a sound cue when the ad play starts, because that's the thing. We get the thing like, hey, in a couple minutes the ad's gonna start. And then we're in a conversation, you know, and then I keep talking and then I totally forget. If I had a sound cue when the ad starts playing, it would snap me out of it, you know?
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, yes. Welcome back from the ad break. Captain Shires, thank you for reminding me. I apologize. Like I was just saying, I've been getting real bad about that and I need to not, you know. We get the notification that says, hey, you got an ad break coming up in a couple minutes, and then we're in the midst of a conversation. And then I get sidetracked and forget about it because I'm talking, plus working, which is distracting enough. But I think what I'm going to do is add a little bit of a sound cue when the ad actually starts playing. That'll snap me out of it, hopefully. So welcome back. You didn't miss much. I didn't think about doing this gum line, so we're going to touch up that gum line real quick. Let me hit it with the heat gun. And thank you again for the reminder, Captain Shires. Apologies. I shall strive to do better. I guess it's not a terrible thing to be so focused on your work that you're just like oblivious, but at the same time, it has drawbacks too. Being in the zone is great. Yeah. And that's been part of it too. You know, we've been, and a huge thank you to you guys for this. This is not a complaint at all. This is totally on me, something I need to get better at. But as chat has gotten more active, you know, I'm just kind of adjusting to trying to keep up with it more, and not a bad problem to have at all. And I appreciate it, to be quite honest. But with that, you know, I'm focused on the good conversations we're having and the work, and then I just keep going and totally miss the ad break. So, again, not a bad problem, just something I need to personally do better. And kind of get more in the groove. New brush. I need a fine tip brush to get down in a couple spots here, so. Everyone gets stuck in focus zones when arting. It happens, but it's so addicting. Yeah, it certainly is. Actually, we'll just keep this handy because we may need it. Then I need to hit that guy with the heat gun again. Give me a second. Seems if I hold, well, when I talk, you can hear it, but if I hold it over here, it doesn't come through unless I talk, at least. Anybody want some strawberry milk? It's strawberry milk, I promise. It's some Nesquik strawberry. It certainly looks like it. Okay. I haven't had strawberry milk since I was a kid. Yeah, same. I used to love it though. I love this song. What a song. Heat gun again, bear with me. All right, time for red. The sad thing about me talking through breaks is I'm really just kind of screwing myself. Yeah. I use those as an opportunity to stretch, and so there's my incentive to do better, or additional incentive, I suppose. Stretch like a pigeon. The good news is it's given these other two guys a good long time to dry. Gotta get some Joy Division in here, you know? Ooh, the phalange, or whatever. Gotta get some paint on there. We looked up the word. We're just gonna call it a phalange. I don't remember what it was. Where do you sell them? Well, one of these is going to be given away to a subscriber. Each subscription or gifted sub this month is an entry. And so today and tomorrow are the final days on that. And then later this week, we'll figure out when the drawing will take place. And we'll do the drawing live on stream. And shipping will be paid for, so nobody has to worry about that. But other than that, whoever wins this will be the very first person to, outside of myself and Minchie, of course, to own a piece of my work. because I've always just made my stuff for me. I've never sold any of it. So it's kind of cool. Kind of excited about that. It's going to be weird to say goodbye to one of these, but I'll live, I'm sure. God, this is such a hassle. I really screwed myself on the painting here. That's a fatter brush than this. I like that they have stripes like, oh, the bevels? Yeah. Yeah, the candy corns themselves have a bevel in them, so like the actual candy. I wonder. There's a magnet here. Eh. All right, we need to hit this one with the red. As they go to the people that appreciate you and your work, it'll be fine. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Like I said, I'm kind of excited. It's cool to think that this is somebody will actually have some of my work other than us, you know. In the future, I would very much like to get to a point where some things are for sale for sure. And one of the things that I want to do is some molding and casting, which I've never done. So that I can replicate things and, you know, sell stuff for a little bit cheaper. Make things a bit more attainable, especially on like the bigger projects. But then that's leaving the assumption that the bigger project is even capable of being molded and casted. Lady Adriel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope I said that right. We're very much in the process of just doing some washes here. Making a mess. A mess we'll clean up later today or tomorrow. A little bit of both, maybe. Like I said, I don't mind if the teeth get stained. That's fine, because we're going to be covering that. What I do not want is large globs of paint drying on it for obvious reasons. We don't want that caking in our detail and stuff like that, right? So I just kind of go over it, wipe it off as we go. Washes are meant to be messy. It's fine. I'm saying that for myself as a reminder. Got to trust the process, right? Step by step, yep. And we're working on an unprimed area, which isn't necessarily a problem. It takes a little bit longer, but at the same time, I just couldn't be bothered with priming the inside of the mouth, you know. It'll be varnished, so, and not exposed to the normal wear and tear, so I wasn't as concerned about getting a primer in the mouth. We'll do that for the rest of him, of course, but is that, yeah, it's got some goop on top. Let's clean that out of there. So we already hit this one with the reds. And then after the washes here, we'll actually go in with some proper paint to finish up, like on the tongue, for instance. This guy, he's got a visible tonsil. We'll kind of highlight that to some extent. But yeah, we're getting there. Almost done with this process here. Almost. Man, that stupid spot behind those teeth. Ugh. I just like snap a paintbrush in half and tape it at a 90-degree angle and that helped, but I'm sitting here worried about stuff that nobody will ever see, you know? Whatever. I can't help it. I think definitely the way to go with future iterations, like if I'm going to do these large cavities for the mouth here, I think something I should definitely do is just make it so the teeth, like pre-bake them, pop them in, socket them, bake it and pop them out until painting's done, you know. That's a process I've used in the past for circumstances just like this. And it definitely makes painting a lot easier. But we'll make do. We'll make do. Okay. We're going to go back over it with a bit of this. Then we'll hit it with the lighter shade after this. It comes through a little bit lighter on camera than it actually is, but I think we're getting there. I think another pass with the purple, you know, lightly. I'm gonna have to thin this down a little bit more and get the goop out. But there's like a layer on top skimmed off here. Okay. Particularly with the inner mouths, not so much his gum line. I think that's looking pretty solid. But these two, we got a little bit more. I'm going to hit him with the heat gun, and then we'll go back in. And then once we get that to a point that I'm happy, we'll probably hit these guys with a primer. No, I'm sorry. We got to do the tongues and then hit it with the primer. And then we'll call it a day and have them ready for tomorrow. So let me hit these guys with the heat gun for a minute. I'll turn the mic off. All right. You get a drink and we'll continue. There's a little spot up there that's super saturated with red. We'll touch that up. And then we're going to work on that tongue. We need to get a little bit of purple in there, especially towards the back. A little bit more coverage down there at the bottom. Monster mesh, yeah. I think we got a couple versions of that in this playlist. With the exposed gums, yeah. Good morning, kiddos. Trust all are well. Ezram, what's up, man? Welcome in. Good to see you. And folks, if you are not following Ezram Music, you can do so by clicking that link in the chat. Definitely do so. Show some love to Ezram. Ezram is awesome. And also check out his music on Bandcamp. You might be hearing some of that very soon when we do some nighttime streams. Because of course I can't talk during nighttime streams, because me being on the mic would be disturbing for Minchie trying to sleep. But I figured they'd be kind of cool to just do some streams where we're sculpting and just listening to some chill music, and it's certainly right up that alley. So why not show some support for a fellow artist and streamer here on Twitch, you know? Was it this guy? All right, Yeah, we needed purple. Need to get a little bit of purple in there. When are we getting season 5 of Stranger Things, damn it? I've had enough patience. More than enough. Where is it? Those kids are going to be 30 years old by the time they're done. Damn it. Better. Let's give them big open mouths, he said. It'll be a great idea, he said. Screw the guy that has to paint it, you know? That's his problem, not mine, he said. Nah, it's manageable. It's just makes it that much slower of a process is all. I think we're definitely getting to a good point with him though. Just chilling. Totally forgot to get coffee in my last store. Oh no, man, that sucks. Hopefully you got somewhere nearby you can just run and grab a cup maybe quick. Okay, that's not a clump. We're good. All right. Done but the tongue and the tonsil. And I definitely need to not miss the next ad break because I need to a little restroom break. And that's 20 minutes away. Oh no, can I make it? It'll all look a lot better too when the teeth are proper painted and not everything just, we're in that everything is hell phase, you know? A little bit of a touch up back in this region in the back corner. Oh no, yeah, panic mode. The coffee's run out. Yep. It's all good. Most I love to barista a proper cup. I don't drink coffee every day. Sometimes I'll have 12 cups. Sometimes I'll have one a week. I have 1 cup each morning. And then I have a drink mix that's caffeinated. It's same. What am I hearing? Oh, that was my nap alarm from yesterday. What the heck? I drink too much coffee. I used to drink a lot of coffee, but I slowed way down on that. God damn it. Oh, I can't wait to get this mouth shit done. Such a pain. I really was a jerk to myself on the painting or the sculpting portion. Just a little bit of cleanup here. All right, we're gonna hit it with purple. Then once we get this done, it's heat gun time, and then we'll do the tongue on both the ones with tongues anyway. Yeah, this whole process is much easier when you can actually see and reach what you're doing. But I was very unkind to myself while sculpting this, so. But again, like, without this light, you'll never see. You know what I mean? You can't really hardly see back in there, so. Not to say I'm not going to do my best, but I don't need to be quite as worried about it as I am. It's just, you know, me being ridiculous. I say hit it with the heat gun. Let's get the tongues done. I don't metabolize caffeine well, so it's not a drug for me, just a flavor. When I find a special bean, I'll drink it all day, but if I don't have anything special, I just don't bother. Over a decade working in high-end coffee shops and roasters, I'm not normal. You got spoiled, eh? All right. Get that out of the way. What brush do I want to use for the tongue? Probably this guy. And we're going to just use the red. We're going to go over the tongues with the red. And then we'll tone it down with a little bit of pink. Like a dry brushing of pink over top of that to the best of our ability to reach it, that is, of course. This is going to be a bit of a challenge. Might actually just go ahead and get this brush ready to go as well. And you know what, guys? I'm kind of, as Andy says, my eyeballs are floating here. I got to use the restroom. So let me do that real quick. Skim the top of that paint. Okay. And then I will be right back in just a moment and we'll continue on because I can't wait another 10 minutes for the break. I'm sorry. Gots to go. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'll switch over here for a nice little view of our candy corn monsters. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Exactly. I'm back. It is steady raining outside too. My goodness. I'm gonna use my light again because it's impossible to see inside these mouths. Yeah. We're gonna go light with it. Boy, oh boy, I can barely get a brush in. We're gonna just go with this guy. It's probably the best method here. Not quite as much surface coverage, but far easier to navigate here. Let's switch over. Spoiled, but also a big part of my expertise is in training baristas. So I spent a lot of time watching, or a lot of time teaching young people to detect and verbalize the nuances in flavor. What is this line here? Did we get... That's what I thought. There's a brush here. And it's from that black brush. Ye old fart, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. How we doing? Happy Sunday. We've been going over the mouth here. We're in the everything is hell stage of painting, you know. Just doing washes and getting that marbleization, and discovering how much of a jerk the guy that sculpted this is.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
There's the break coming. Don't let me keep sculpting, or don't let me keep sculpting. Yeah, don't let me keep painting through the break. I am going to finish up this little portion here, but so far I've accidentally worked through every single break today, so some of this is a little bit of get it done however you can, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, but sometimes it's just how it happens when you don't give yourself room to work. How we doing on ad time? Ad starts in 30 seconds. All right. Yeah, folks, it is that time. We do ad breaks once an hour. I am actually going to stop working this time, and I normally do, so I apologize for not doing so earlier. But it is a great time to get a drink, stretch, grab a snack, all that good stuff. I'm going to get a good stretch in as well, because I have not yet done so. And then when we get back, we'll continue. We're going to do the tongue on the other guy. We got the tonsils to take care of on that one as well. A little bit of highlight action on that. And then we'll be doing our primer, so it's ready for our base coating and everything tomorrow. All right. So, man, it is not my best paint job at all in there, but I don't know what else I can do, you know? Let's rinse this brush out quick. Okay. Turn the light off. No sense in using the battery, and I will put the brake screen up, and I will see you guys in just a moment. Does anybody remember the toothbrush revolution when they added a bend or two into the design to make it mildly more ergonomic? I'm seeing a niche application for paintbrushes here. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, you old fart. I need a paintbrush that has like a 90-degree bend in it, you know, and a minuscule one without a lot of overhang, right? Like where your head's at. Yeah, exactly. I think there's definitely a use case for bent brushes for stuff like this. Yeah, yeah. Agreed. And, you know, it's probably not something a lot of people would think of unless they paint like miniatures or sculpting, you know, sculptures, stuff like that. Because obviously if you're painting on canvas, it's nothing you would really need. But mostly it can be chalked up to the guy that sculpted these is a real big asshole. He was not thinking about the guy that had to paint it, you know. That's what I've been saying. Oh yeah, I did a really good job. I'll give myself that. I did a really good job painting the Jerboa. And you know, these guys aren't terrible. I don't think I wouldn't say they're even close to it. It's just especially the one we were working on right as break happened. That mouth, man, with the teeth and everything, it's super hard to get in there. But we're making do. He's gonna look good when it's all said and done. We're just in that everything is hell phase, like I said. In fact, I wager once we get some primer on the teeth alone.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Once we get some primer on the teeth, and get the staining off of there, it'll look that much better once it's cleaned up a little bit. Oh, hit the wrong button, but you know what? We went right where we needed to be, so it's fine. Welcome back, guys. We'll tone down the red on the tongue a little bit, maybe. Although, I don't know. I mean, they are cartoon candy corn monsters. A little vibrancy isn't gonna hurt anything. I still might do a little bit of a dry pass, though, with the pink, just to tone it down a tad bit. And now we need to paint this guy's tongue. So but I know now for future iterations, we'll return to the process that I used to do for teeth all the time. And now I haven't done it on stream at all, but pre-bake the teeth and then push those into the gum line to form the sockets, bake it, and then pop the teeth out until after painting. Then secure them with some liquid polymer clay on the final bake. That makes painting a whole lot easier for a lot of reasons, really. You don't have to constantly clean off any paint mess, for one. And obvious benefit being that you just don't have teeth in the way while you're trying to paint. And another thing you can do too, and I've done it to test it because I wasn't too confident that it was true. And I was afraid that it was going to have an impact on the brightness of the colors, but it doesn't seem to. You can totally bake, like, so if I would have done the inside of the mouth, right? Got the texturing and everything, baked it. I could have gone in before we added the teeth, for instance, and painted the inside of the mouth and then baked it after, and it would have been fine. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I try to avoid doing that, even though it's completely okay to do. I don't know that I would trust it with like a white. But I didn't see any sign of a discoloration when I've tried it, so. I'd be tempted to leave it that way until you paint the rest of the sculpt. To leave it what way? The tongue? To leave it that vibrant red? That's what I'm thinking. Because if anything, if I do anything more to the tongue, it's just going to be a little bit of a dry brush swipe with the pink, you know? And we still probably will. For one thing, it'll just give the tongue a little bit more texture highlighting. A little bit more red into the mix there. The color of the tongue is what I meant. Yeah, yeah. I gotcha. Yeah, like I was saying, I think you're right. And then kind of go from there. But it'll get a pass regardless, but that'll kind of tell us if we need to tone it down a little bit further. And all right, let's give those teeth a brush. And then it'll be heat gun time. And then we're gonna get primer on everything and have them all set to go for tomorrow. Okay, let's clean up some of this mess. The stupid It's like a flyaway on this thing. That's shorter than the rest of the brush. I always comment on what is said at the time, forgetting that you might not see for a few minutes. Nah, I do the same thing, man. I totally understand. A lot of fray in that brush. That's kind of unsatisfactory. I don't have my gesso. Give me just a second. Okay. Let's hit these guys with the heat gun quick. We'll mix up the gesso, and I'm going to put some fluid medium in there just to kind of thin it up a little bit. Because this stuff it goes on pretty thick, and we don't want it super thick, especially on the teeth. So we'll dilute it just a tad. And give me just a moment. Apologies for any noise. Going to hit these guys with the heat gun. I'll try to do it away from the mic. All right. First things first, let's get some gesso in there. Oh boy. There we go. Make sure it's fluid medium and not varnish, because the bottles look identical, which is annoying. All right, let's get some gesso on these guys. We'll start on the exterior. I'll work through all three, and then we'll come back in. I definitely want to get some gesso on the teeth because we're going to be going in with a diluted white. And, well, if you guys are here for Oblina, you know how much of a hassle that is without a primer, so... It definitely goes on a lot better adding a little bit of that that fluid medium for sure. I'll probably have to kind of go back and forth in phases here so I'm not touching wet primer. Yeah, we'll set them down. Oop. Okay, we'll set them down. Come back to them here in a minute. Let's do front back. That seems like we'll do backs and then fronts. This will be a nice place for us to pick up tomorrow because then we can do our base white and yellows. And then go in with the orange, which will have a little bit of a shade transition, hopefully at the top and the bottom between the yellow and orange and the white and the orange. Of course, it's white on the top, yellow on the bottom, and orange in between. Let that dry. And see, this one's already dry, so Might be a few tacky spots, but once again, we'll do what we can, set it down, and come back. The bottom of these are going to be covered in felt. We'll put a base coat of paint on, but I'm not super worried about priming it or anything like that. We'll use a smaller brush and get some primer on the teeth just so makes our life a bit easier when it comes to doing the painting the teeth whenever we get to that. Tomorrow, not Tuesday, there will be no stream on Tuesday this coming week in case you guys missed. I'm going to try to make up for it on Wednesday, but I do have an appointment on Wednesday, 11 to noon, so it would have to be after that. But yeah, Tuesday I got to take Hazel, our oldest rat, to the vet to see about a surgery. So I can tell you with certainty, no stream on Tuesday for sure. And then the following week, I'm gonna try to make it so it if and when I take her in for surgery, it's not a stream day. But you know, I do what I got to do. But I don't, unless something unforeseen comes up, I don't see why Wednesday would be an issue once I'm done with my appointment. I don't think I have a whole lot of anything else going on. And that's just, I mean, kind of all up in the air, I suppose, until I find out when her surgery is going to be. It would be either a Wednesday or a Friday. I'm going to shoot for Friday. Let's do the mouth area here. Shit. All right. Onto the sides, and then we can get back to the finishing the front of that guy. How we doing, chat? We hanging in there? Shit, man. Few touch-ups, no big deal. Still with us, Ezra? Cool, man. Yeah, I know this is not exciting stuff by any means, but one of those necessary steps. And this way we don't have to deal with it on a Monday. We can just get right into painting tomorrow. We're going to go with the smaller brush for the rest of that guy. In fact, I may just use the smaller brush for the rest of what we're doing here. Because there's not a lot of very big areas left. And then after we're done with these, or the like the exterior portions here, we'll do the teeth. Of course, the eyes on this one are going to be solid black with UV resin. Other than having to paint his mouth, this guy's, I really like this one. That'll do. We're gonna use a smaller brush. I'm not comfortable with that. No. Got a little bit on the tongue. But it's fine. Emu dinosaur has legs and a belly. Oh, nice. What is it? Like a... Is it a... like a plastic model or what? Or is it like one of those metal deals? That'll help with the painting, at least, you know. We're not going to be using like a solid white. We'll be using like a bone white, but even still, once you thin it down, it's getting some coverage on that can be a little bit tricky. Yep. Like a Lego kit, but totally different bricks. Oh, cool, man. Not worried about perfect lines right now. We just want the lines to be semi appropriately placed, you know? But we'll worry about lines when we're actually doing painting, not priming. And that was kind of the idea of doing the primer after we do the mouth. Because like I said, red, you know, you get into the reds and the pinks and the purples. Those colors are like the glitter of the paint world, you know what I mean? They get into everything. They're a pain in the ass to cover. So the idea was to start there and prime over top, right? Because I can always take a fuchsia and do touch-ups if needed, but it can be a real bear to try to cover those colors when it comes to orange. Not so much the orange. Orange is fine. But yellow and white, yeah. Prime, please, you know? Makes it that much easier to get coverage that way. And especially considering we're not using straight out of the bottle paint, we're diluting it so we can retain some consistency on the coat. Come back in the eyeballs with that smaller brush. Okay, small brush. Pick in general. All right, man, I'll take a look here once we're done. Also, before we end stream today, we'll go through and just recap entries for the giveaway. God damn it.
Spoon!
Last spoon. No more spoons. Oh, we gotta do his teeth. What am I doing? Again, not terribly worried about my lines here, just up to the gum line. Trying to avoid the ghosts and other imminent threats of the supernatural variety and otherwise. Captain Shires is summoning ghosts. And we're just kind of going in thin on these teeth. Just to give us a little bit of something for the paint to stick to. And then we're not sitting here doing, 200 coats of paint on the white section here. Especially with the red and the purples and Oh, this damn brush. Oh, there's a touch up. There's another touch up. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. Oh. I don't know if I want to. I'm gonna get this brush a little bit wet. I'm just gonna graze this. Mostly so we're not painting on completely smooth surfaces. Stupid brush. Hoping they will help me find my missing sketchbook. It's somewhere in this room. Oh no. Good luck. Happy hunting. It's always frustrating when you know it's like, it's got to be here somewhere, and then it's just nowhere. Still, I need to organize my art space. It's hard to do. It's hard to do because, you know, it's a used space, right? So like you work on that space and then it gets messy. It's like a constant battle, isn't it? Thank you, Stevie. Yeah, that ghost is something else. You think he'd help out a little bit around here, but no, he just walks around and moans and groans, and by walk, of course, I mean he just kind of floats
that's
there.
hot. That's hot.
Thank you, thank you. Whew, okay. Medium brush, medium brush. I hate how they look when they're primed. It looks so shit. It'll look so much better once we start getting base coats on, but it is what it is. The process and all of that. Like a ghost from Peanuts. And we'll have some touch-ups on the tongue and the gum line and all of that. Might do those real quick here since we have, assuming the paints aren't completely dry already, but let's clean that up a little bit. Okay. Oh, lovely. Remember when I said that these colors are the glitter of the paint world? Yeah. It not only found its way all over my hand, but inside my glove somehow. I suppose as far as the gum line goes, we should probably just hold off on that, but yeah, we'll wait and do touch-ups other than this tongue, even though that doesn't really matter either. All right. Yeah, we'll call it there for the day. Clean up these brushes quick. And while I do, just again, a quick reminder. Don't drop your paintbrush, first of all. Where'd it go? Oh, what the crap? The silly thing bounced underneath my computer tower. Paint the town red. Yeah, so quick reminder. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wrong button. There's a look at the guys. We're going to clean up those eyeballs as well. Primer should scrape right off. Not a big deal. But yeah, today and tomorrow, Monday's stream, will be the last opportunities to enter into the giveaway for one of these guys. Winner will get to choose which one they want once they're completed. And I will be taking care of shipping, so you don't even have to worry about that. So today and tomorrow, and any sub and gifted sub will get you entered in. And then we'll be, I'll announce the streamed, or the drawing sometime next week, so stay tuned. But we'll do the drawing on stream, and then winner will have 72 hours to claim. Otherwise, we'll draw a new winner. I feel like that's more than fair, right? This must be from this. Must be. Oh. Oh, I know. It's from this one. So we'll be doing all of that. And then, oh, you know what? I failed to mention it, but in Discord, there is an announcement. Number one, no stream Tuesday, like we discussed, because I got to take the rat to the vet. But also, we do have a new emote slot available. It's a static emote slot. And technically, we'll have two after the holiday season here, because the spooky pumpkin emote will be going back into the library until next year, right? So we'll have something to put in that spot. But yeah, I thought I'd run it past you guys, see what kind of emotes we could use. Exclamation point claim. There you go, Stevie. So if you guys have any ideas on like any kind of emote that you feel that we could definitely use, let me know in Discord. And here soon I'll be getting in touch with Reptilisa to commission probably 2 emotes. One to replace the jack-o'-lantern spooky emote. That's going to need cleaned in the sink. We'll just take all of that in there. All right. Put this away. This brush, man. What else? Is that all the announcements? I feel like there was something else. But I'm struggling to think of what it was. Just in case I win. Yeah, you don't have to be here during the drawing. I mean, it'd be cool if the winner was here, but it's not mandatory. It's not one of those, because I totally get it. But I will announce it on stream, of course. We'll do the drawing. And then I will announce it on Discord.
It's time to take a short break.
Of course.
Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
I'll announce it on Discord, and then I'll also send a DM. And then from that point, there's 72 hours on the clock. Why are these tubes different size? That makes no sense. Horn to tempt Jeb to come with it. Haha. I still need to get a display case for Jeb. What do I do with that pick? Right here. Oh, yeah. That cleans right off there. Sorry if you hear any noise in the background. My dog's being ridiculous right now. What he's doing. I think he had a itch. Yeah, that'll clean off. We won't worry about it too much because there'll be some, no doubt, some paint cleanup around the eyeballs here. So we'll take care of that later. But I do want to kind of clean that just to make sure it's going to come off, you know? Because that would suck, wouldn't it? It doesn't scrape off as easy as the paint, but it does come off. Yeah, we'll do the rest of the cleanup once we're into the painting stage. Cool. All set for tomorrow, guys. I guess I can take this worthless glove and throw it in the trash now. It was recycled though. I had used these already, so. Yeah, I think we're good. Of course, we're in an ad right now. Of course, we're in an ad right now. Well, that'll give me a moment. Let's see who's streaming. Although I think I already know who we're rating.
Ooh, math is difficult.
No, not the front page. Thank you. Yep, Andy's streaming. So we'll go say hello to Mr. Andy Mecca, of course. But before we do, guys, thank you so much. We've gotten a good chunk of things done today, to be honest, you know. The washes with the mouths and everything, they can take some time, just because of the nature of the process. And then it doesn't help when, you know, you're painting something that some jerk that just doesn't care about your troubles as a painter. That doesn't help, right? So, you know, working our way through, making our way downtown, walking around, something. Tomorrow we'll get right into painting, and we don't have to worry about any of the priming, which is a good thing, because priming kind of blows, right? It's like painting, but without the gratification. So, yeah, we'll probably start off with our base white. Yeah, white at the tops, right? And our yellow at the bottom. And start working on our base layers on the teeth and the eyeballs. And guys, I honestly maybe two.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
let's get to it.
That happened. That's right. Ad break. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was cleaning those eyeballs and didn't realize the ad had started. It is what it is. I'll do better tomorrow, I promise. And if I don't, then we'll come up with some form of punishment from now on. All right. if I start yammering and work right through ad breaks, we'll find some way that I have to pay the price for it. That way I won't be so inclined to. Not that I am inclined, I'm just prone to it, I suppose. But anyway, yeah, tomorrow we'll be jumping right into painting. I think maybe two solid painting streams, and we could knock these guys out. Of course, that could change. We might need a third, but the way it's going right now, I think that we could knock these guys out in 2 solid painting streams. So maybe Monday and Wednesday, and we'll be ready to get the showcase on these guys and get a giveaway drawer or giveaway winner drawn. All of that good stuff. So lots of exciting stuff ahead. Of course, once we finish the candy corn monsters, we're going to be doing some pumpkin monsters. Revisiting my first ever YouTube video for the channel was a pumpkin monster. And I'm looking forward to a new iteration on that project, just like we've been kind of doing with the creepy candles and these candy corn monsters. These are iterations of things I've done previously and want to bring improvements to and try to play around with new ideas and new techniques. So I've really been enjoying that whole thing, revisiting old works, and I hope you guys have been enjoying it as well. I'm certainly a big fan of the candy corn monsters, even though they got a little bit out of hand with scale. Now we know for the future, and future iterations will be a more appropriate size and a little bit more manageable, less clay involved, all that good stuff. So, but anyway, let's see. First and foremost, a big thank you to Gundy dropping the sub today. You are on the list. We got to take a look at that real quick too, by the way. Let's hop over here. We got one entry from Gren. We've got one from Ye Old Fart. Designed by Joe with all the gifted subs. He's got a total of 16 entries. Orange Dan, sub and a gifted sub, 2 entries. Welsh Jenny with 1. Lowalco with 1. Stevie Seal with 1. Linecraftery with 1, Corpse with 5, and Gundy with 1. So those are the entries as it stands right now. Tomorrow will be the final day to enter into the drawing. And then, like I said, we'll be finishing up this project and draw a winner. So first person to own a piece of my work outside of Menchie and I. So I'm excited. And it's why I'm trying to do the best job I can do, considering the obstacles that I've created for myself here. Otherwise, I'd just rush it and be done with it. But we're not going to do that. Yeah, Stevie, you've got your entry from your resub. Yep, and we'll go through. What I'll do is print out all the names and we'll review it on stream as I cut them up and put them into a hat or a container or whatever, you know? And then we'll draw it live on stream. So, sound good? So, Gundy, thank you for the sub, and best of luck on the giveaway. And Tie-Dye Galaxy Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. And Lady Adriel, thank you so much for the follow. And thank each and every one of you guys for hanging out with me today. I certainly appreciate it. I had a blast, and we got a good amount done. Ready for tomorrow to start solid? So appreciate you spending time with me today. Real quick, link in the chat to the main YouTube channel where you can find all of my previous, present, and future work in the form of condensed time lapses and showcase videos. And a link to the Discord, which is the best place to find all the latest updates to the stream, the channel, the community, any modifications to the schedule, winners of giveaways. Plus, you can share your art in there. We love to see it. So hope to see you there. Gonna get the raid calls out and get the raid started here. Non-subs, there's one for you. And Corpse, thanks for being here, buddy. Thanks for being here. And subs, there's the raid call for you. Get those raid calls ready. Let's get rowdy when we head over to Andy Mecca's channel. When we get over there, make some noise. Throw that in the chat. Cause a ruckus. You know? It'll be a good time. But let's hop over here, guys. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much for a productive stream and the company you kept through that stream. Queuing up the raid now. And we are queuing up. Each and every one of these names that spent time with us here today. Thank you. Lurkers, thank you very much. The lurks help, and it's certainly appreciated. Captain Shires, thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day as well. I will see you guys on the other side of the raid. And yeah, have a good one. Thank you, guys. And here we go. Have a good rest of your day, good rest of your weekend, and I'll